Hey Omni, hey Steph. We do have a new mic today, so please, if you have opinions about the sound quality, please let us know. But yeah, it's just. Thank you so much, Krunk, for 73 months at tier 3.
Look at me, Emmy. I'm a blue prince.
Oh, grid's coming down. Oh, okay. Also, the strip is not working.
You just went live. It takes time for all that to link.
Oh.
Sorry.
I didn't realize that. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I thought since I turned it on,
No. It's
Okay.
not. Never. Unfortunately. It's still not finished, if you remember.
No, I know. I was just giving you bug reports. You said give you bug reports. Yeah, I didn't stream yesterday because I was having a wonderful day. Why do I have 2 mice? Oh, now I have 1 mouse. Okay. But it's the hottest part of the day, and I don't feel like doing more yard work. And if I sit down to knit, I will fall asleep. So why don't we just play Blueprints now, and then I can have the evening, which is my favorite part of the day. Ouch. I'm also trying to get used to the fact that I need to look up here for chat. Oh, it worked now. Okay, so either I have to sit the full 7 minutes. Maybe I should actually make my timer 10 minutes. That way I don't lose anything. Whoops. All right. What are we up to now? So yesterday, or last time, we did the underground chessboard. We understand that now. We figured out the library puzzle. We fixed the reservoir. We did the candles in the sigil room. I guess. Oh, I think we got the March of the Court.
Thank you
something.
for providing me with more tests.
Oh my goodness, I just started! Vedran, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome, raiders! I hope you played Blueprints, because it's not new anymore. And I'm always the last one on the train. Hey Oliphant, hey Vedran, hey Armchair Nixon. Really appreciate you guys. Yeah, I don't really know what we should do, but I guess we've been having some pretty good luck just starting with a day and seeing what that day is. We still haven't gotten all of the classrooms. We do have a sanctum room that we need to figure out. Oh, this is gone now, so that's good. I'm assuming that means it's staying in the... where we plugged it in. Well, I guess we can have a school day room. That's fine. Well, I feel... It's just so funny because I feel like... Oh, thank you, anonymous gifter, for that gift sub. Oliphant, you're stuck here.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to th_Oliphant.
Nope, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh well. Doesn't matter. Oh, sorry, Omni. I panicked for a second. I was like, oh yeah, that's definitely my fault because, you know, we changed mics. Oh, I picked... I mean, I picked the room I wanted to pick, but I also forgot that it was this room. I guess let's take the breakfast nook. Let's do one more classroom right now. I feel like I should have waited until... Oh, we've got the rabbit's foot. That's nice. Maybe we'll be okay. We also really need the... Yeah, that's a good idea. It's definitely not a game I'd want to spoil for anybody. But thank you for stopping in. Advice, and I'm scared to try them. Grid, what do you think, sound guy, about the new mic? Oh, you're coming downstairs. Never mind.
It sounds good. The noise gate's cutting off a little bit still.
The noise gate is cutting me off. I'm not even being that quiet today.
Yeah, well, unfortunately.
Okay, do you want to... What can I talk about while Grid's doing this? I've gotten so much housework done. My patio and my sunroom are just like exactly the way I want them now. And I have an idea for next year, which unfortunately means we have to pick up and move all of the... You remember that time that I got like half a ton of dirt delivered and then I spent 3 days and almost killed myself shoveling it into a wheelbarrow and putting it in the back lawn? Yeah, I'm gonna have to move all that dirt. But I think in the long run it'll be great. We're gonna move the raised beds and then corn jail to a different side of the lawn, and then I'm gonna do a little fire pit and a curved garden bed. Right out the back patio. This is definitely getting painted, like more painted, right? Like, am I crazy? Okay, we haven't read this yet. The Curse of Black Bridge. Okay, I already forgot what I asked, but I remembered. We're all right. Thank you, Kronk. Forward, the legend of Black Bridge is one that's well known to the people of the Grand Realm, for versions of this tale have been passed down from generation to generation. With each new telling, the story has changed, becoming over the years more colorful, more verbose, and, as one might expect, increasingly horrifying. However, with so many renditions and unique personal touches, the task of confining and binding this tale to text seemed an ambitious and impossible challenge. Over the course of my research, I've heard dozens of variations of the legend, and while the details would often change, I was surprised how much of the story's heart remained the same. Yet the more I listened, the clearer it became that there could never be a definitive version of this tale, capable of capturing all the wonder and myth of Black Bridge. In the end, I chose to write down what felt the most authentic, the story my grandmother told me as a boy long ago. I love that it does a thing when a hype train starts and then when a hype train ends. The Berry Picker from Oris. Many years ago, before peace had become a familiar word, there lived a group of rogues so wayward that the locals deemed it appropriate to call their number the Unholy Hounds. They were feral outlaws composed of society's worst in a time when society was at its worst, and for each crime that fearful travelers credited to the group, a dozen more lay unclaimed, each worse than the last. For the gentry, however, who often value their coffers more than their companions, no crime could measure more wicked than the group's primary enterprise, high-road robbery. One such member of this so-called band of rogues was a boy of 13 years, Jesper, who had not been lucky in life, having lost 2 brothers to war and parents to famine. In the years of hunger that followed, Jesper lived in a gutter behind a churchyard, relying on the nourishment of scurrying bugs and weeds harvested from the cracks of the alleyway to sustain his pitiful existence. It is not surprising that a child aiming to escape such hardships would take any easy road out. An easy and well-traveled road, paved with temptations, leading out of the city and into the gentry lands where loose purse strings entwine with the strands of salvation and glisten equally with the hope of opportunity. It was this road that eventually led Jesper to the end of his youth, a hidden cave at the bottom of Black Bridge Canyon. It was here that he met his surrogate family and saviors, that notorious gang of godless outlaws known as the Unholy Hounds. Despite the hardened circumstances that had led him to this vocation of banditry, Jesper was surprisingly tender-hearted and was often teased by the group for being too kind for such an ignoble life. For this reason, Jesper was assigned the innocent role of berry picker. It was not just innocence that set berry picking apart from the gang's more wicked undertakings, for it was the only duty performed without the safety of night's concealment. Jesper, no stranger to solitude, did not protest that he alone worked while the others slept soundly, tucked away in the cave at the bottom of Black Bridge Canyon. On one such occasion, Jesper decided to get an early start. He left the cave, berry basket in hand, and set out to the woods before the morning sun had even brushed against the tallest treetops. It was colder in the mornings, but the headway dawn afforded meant Jesper could reach the furthermost berry patches without worrying of being chastened for tarrying upon his return. It took over 3 hours on foot to reach his destination, and along the way Jesper had passed by many a familiar bush, all priorly pillaged and so bereft of berries that one would have to dedicate several moments in earnest examination before finding a single one. Jesper was patient, but even patience had its limits. He was confident that even accounting for the time lost to his long stretch of travel, his efforts would be well worth the pains. Surveying the patches in this new grove surprised even Jesper. The red dots suspended among the leaves seemed as numerous as stars in the skies. Upon seeing such a bounteous sight, he clutched his berry basket tightly and nearly toppled over out of joy. Once he had regained his senses, Jesper quickly made a decision. He would not reveal the location of his newfound treasure. Instead, he would earn the respect of his confederates who, upon seeing his yield, might attribute the success to hard work. Smiling at his plan, Jesper set off to fill his basket and was making steady strides in the task when the sound of thundering hooves interrupted him. A carriage! A carriage is approaching! The thought made Jesper freeze. Had he been so enchanted by his discovery that he'd neglected to observe his surroundings? How could a roadway be so close? He ducked down and crept toward the impending sound, hiding behind one of the larger bushes nearby. It was only a moment before the sound source revealed itself. Within 50 paces of where Jesper hid, an elegant carriage with gold trim came soaring around a corner of trees, led by 2 beautiful white horses, and conveyed by a stern-looking driver seated atop the vehicle, flaunting the most sophisticated regalia Jesper had ever seen. It was not just any carriage, it was a royal carriage. Even without ever having witnessed such a sight before, Jesper was certain. The sight had so transfixed Jesper that he stood awestruck, unable to tear away as the carriage approached. The little concealment the bush provided was soon proven unequal to the driver's lofty perch, and upon spotting the boy, he pulled the reins with such effort that the noble steed slid to a sudden halt with precise control. "You boy, get out from behind that bush!" he shouted with a rigidity that betrayed a modest amount of fear. "You startled me half to death coming around the bend of my own drive, and me seeing such an unfamiliar face in a place where there ought to not be any face." Jesper quickly contemplated running. The man was much older, but his dress was suitable for courtly behavior, not dashing through the bramble and mud. I was picking berries." Jesper raised the half-filled basket up to allow the driver to see the proof of his words. The demeanor of the man suddenly changed. It was a change that Jesper was familiar with. He had many times seen the same stern expressions on the most fiendish bandits melt away when presented with a berry basket. Any suspicions that the driver might have had instantly evaporated, for even the notion of a member of the Unholy Hounds picking berries seemed farcical. The softened expression even made allowances for a smile. "Berries, eh? Say, you couldn't have picked a better spot for them, could you? I used to pick berries here as a boy." Jesper took his cue to finally step forward out from behind the bush, proudly brandishing his basket. "I know, and what luck I found them! I've only just begun picking, and look how many I have. It would have taken me 4-fold the time back home to procure this number." The driver bent down for a closer look. "And where is your home, boy? It must be quite far?" Jesper replied with a scripted response. "A little south of Tanner Fork, just past the burnt woods." "My God, that is far. You couldn't have come all that way only this morning." It was true, Tanner Fork was in the exact opposite direction that Jesper had traveled, and while that response would seem perfectly reasonable in a location closer to Black Bridge Canyon, he could see why it might seem less believable here. Sir, I've traveled much farther for much less profit. I dare say there's no distance yet made by man that would not be worth undertaking for a prize such as these. Surely you've tasted them for yourself. Jesper felt happier with this response as it seemed to amplify the man's smile. In my youth, often, but perhaps I took for granted because I never had to travel very far. And even then, my father would always drive us here in our carriage, so I'm ashamed I never had to walk such a stretch to earn an equal reward. It was Jesper's time to smile. Then let my efforts reward us both today. He raised the basket even higher. A taste in memory of your youth, sir. The driver chuckled and removed one. And for that taste I will have your purse, sir, in memory of my youth. The driver's arm had gone stiff. His chin raised and trembling, more frightened than he had ever been before. Whether unable or incapable of speaking, he did not respond to the boy. Perhaps he did not think his jaw could afford to be engaged at this particular time. Jesper let the basket drop, freeing his other hand to probe the man's pockets. Do you want me to keep going, or stop?
Well, yeah, it just, like, cut out for a bit.
Huh.
So.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Do not mistake me, sir. I will not kill you if you give me no cause. Though I will admit, the thought of taking your carriage and leaving you with the indignity of walking appeals to me. Unable to find a purse in the man's coat, Jesper pivoted to search the seat under him. Why have you no purse upon your person? The driver slowly raised his hand cautiously, pointing toward the carriage door behind him. Jesper lowered the knife's edge to a small degree to allow the man to speak, which he did in turn softly. There's a lockbox in the carriage. Well, come down then and grant me the courtesy of sparing your life and binding your hands, a concession I assure you of my tender heart, for it would be much easier to slit your throat. The man started to comply, slowly lowering himself from the driver's seat of the carriage. Once down, Jesper guided him away from the carriage to a nearby tree, where he instructed him to get on his knees and put his hands behind his back. Excusing his inexperience, the man indulged Jesper while he figured out how to adequately bind him. The smile and kindness Jesper had seen on the man's face, now nothing more than a distant memory. In their place, cold, dark eyes displayed no emotion. I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me? Jesper stopped, surprised by the question, but ignored it, secured the final bindings, and then hastily returned to the carriage. With one hand on the door's handle, he turned back to the man. If there is no lockbox, there will be no clemency. Inside, the carriage was surprisingly dusty and unswept, a stark contrast to the elegant and polished golden facade of the exterior. It had apparently been many years since a passenger had enjoyed passage in this vehicle. This all but confirmed what Jesper had suspected. The driver of this carriage was not a liveried servant in the employ of some greater master. Any curiosity that this observation might have further produced was quickly abandoned upon seeing what rested under the carriage's back seat. A large wooden lockbox. Despite its hefty appearance, the box was surprisingly easy to handle. Within a few minutes, Jesper had dislodged it from its hold and carried it out into the sunlight. Inspecting the box carefully, 2 observations were made. Totemic symbols found carved on all 4 sides of the box hinted that the box was very old, and likely not created by Arindian hands. It reminded him of artifacts from the old world, and was presumably crafted in one of the ancient realms. Secondly, the box was secured by a rusted yet robust padlock and would not open easily without a key. Jesper looked over to see the driver quietly observing from his indentured position. Do you perhaps have a key to provide me to open this box? Without emotion, the driver replied, there is no key to that box. Jesper stood up. Easy enough, then. He headed over to a nearby rock of sizable dimensions and lifted the stone up, carrying it back to the box. If there was ever a time when that lock had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. With one hit, the stone had completely shattered the rusted lock. He bent back down and opened the lid. Inside was an effigy, a crude figure chiseled from stone. Without too much deliberation, Jesper bent down and picked it up, somewhat surprised at how heavy it seemed, given how light the box had felt. Having expected to find something more akin to gold or gems, he looked questioningly to the man, hoping to find an explanation. The driver's smile had once again returned. You are cursed, boy, for deadly is the stone. You have opened that which should have never been opened, and you are cursed. Jesper carried the effigy over to the man and shoved it in front of his face. What is it? That's one. Feeling his disappointment rising to anger now, Jesper tightened his grip on the effigy. "One what, you mumbling agenter? And in God's name, why have you no purse upon your person?" The man did not seem intimidated. "One pace." He paused for effect. 12 more and you will be dead." He only had a second to flinch before the effigy struck him in the head and put an end to his cryptic ramblings. If there ever was a time when the old man had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. Jesper looked down at the sculpted stone figure now splattered red. Was it cursed? Was he cursed? He had, of course, heard stories of curses and had never doubted their validity in the past, but now that he was standing face to face with the possibility of being cursed, his mind pleaded with him to be skeptical. And if he was cursed, what difference would the knowledge make? A dozen more paces would not be enough to find another living soul, to say nothing of the chances of procuring a remedy. If he did not move from where he now stood, he could live maybe another 3 to 4 days, maybe more, given the abundance of nearby berries. A plan that, if we ignore its obvious faults, might provide additional opportunities for help to come along. But what good would that do? To be discovered here, beside a body, stolen goods in hand, bloated from berries and raving about a curse that could very well not be real. No, it would most certainly be better to face one's fate now, take a dozen paces and see if life goes on. But Jesper found his legs unable to make the first step. His mind was unable to convince his limb to waste away 1/12 of his life in a single motion. Feeling the desperation sink in, he hopelessly looked about him for a solution. And if, by some stroke of luck, the gods had heard his plea, a miracle materialized before him as he found himself suddenly at the end of a fairy tale. 2 white horses and a carriage of golden trim were beside him, the answer to his immediate prayers. He laughed at his fortune and calculated the short number of paces back to the road. 4. Perhaps only 3 if he jumped. He made a quick survey to see if there was anything he wished to grab before taking the plunge. He thought about removing the driver's fancy coat, as that appeared to be of some value, but the additional risk of undertaking such a task too great to chance. And so, after a profound breath, he took his 2nd, 3rd, and 4th steps, though they were quite large. Seated now behind the horses, he reached for the reins and suddenly realized that he was still gripping the effigy. If the curse was real, then it would most certainly be better left here. If, on the other hand, the story was fictitious, there might be some appraisal that could be made of the figure. It was, after all, found within a lockbox, whose typical function oft-secures the objects of value. Having witnessed firsthand the horrors of destitution, Jesper found his mind equally reluctant to allow his hand to let go. If it is cursed, I die. If not today, then tomorrow. And if I die, what care have I? And with that statement said aloud to the horses, seemingly, Jesper took up the reins with confidence. Oh, this is a long book. No? Part 2. Below the Black Bridge. Miller awoke to some light nudging from a familiar foot. Only one person would have the cheek to awaken her in such ill-mannered fashion. Shaking the sleep from her eyes, she glared up at him in the darkness, but did not say a word. He nudged her again, teasingly, then stepped back into the dim. After taking a moment for her eyes to adjust to the darkness of the cave, Miller remembered. She was on 3rd watch today. Quietly collecting her things and wits, Miller turned as she left, waving to her young friend, who was more than likely already asleep. She crept through the cavern's main passage, careful not to wake the sleeping bandits around her. Like a hero in a book, she often mused. Quietly, she grabbed a bow from the haphazardly formed pile of weapons, shaking the accompanying quiver in the darkness to assess how many arrows it held. She then walked toward the sun-drenched mouth of the cavern, ready to start her shift. Above her, in one of the few trees found in the canyon, Miller could see that Ravia was already posted. She waved, and Ravia waved back. Calling out to each other was strictly forbidden. Anything louder than a gesture in the canyon was forbidden. When Miller reached the tree, Ravia lowered a braided rope and pointed to the ground behind her. Miller turned, following the finger, and saw a pail of water resting beside a nearby log. She turned back to Ravia, nodded, and secured the pail to the rope. The pail went up first, and in turn, Miller followed. Ravia reached across to grab the water. Miller leaned back to give her space. There was not much room for maneuvering in this tree post, a necessary concession for the concealment the outpost demanded. Ravia tilted the pail up to her mouth dramatically, illustrating how thirsty she had been. Miller laughed silently as water poured out, splashing onto Ravia's face. It was a bit too daring and noisy of a joke, and had the others been around, they would have certainly been scolded for the unwarranted sound. But Miller appreciated the efforts Ravia took to verbalize the silence of the morning. They'd been on third watch together for over a month, and during that speechless time, their friendship had grown into something special. Affection was unsurprisingly scarce among the unholy hounds. She'd felt camaraderie before, of course, but intimacy, never. From their elevated vantage, the girls could see both the concealed entrance of the cavern as well as a clear view of the bridge that spanned across the canyon. Black Bridge was the link between the Gentry lands and the northern mountains, the overpass that connected Oris and Reddington. To the city-faring travelers of the realm, the bridge was an unavoidable crossing. In the day, the task was to ensure that travelers passed by without stopping. At night, the task was to ensure they do. Like most of her band, Miller preferred the night. Exposed. Ravia touched her elbow and pointed up. Miller, striving to suppress a budding smile, subtly shook her head in response. There were many signs that the unholy hounds used in lieu of words, but the two of them had developed an extended vocabulary. Gestures quietly forged in the shared solitude of their month among the branches. She watched as Ravia shifted, placing her palms flat on the floorboards beneath them. Cut out for a bit again?
Fascinating. This didn't happen here.
Interesting. You want me to switch to the old mic, or?
Yeah.
Sorry, Grid.
I'll figure it out.
All right. We are back to the old mic. Miller knew what she was trying to say, but shook her head a second time. It was often more fun to pretend not to understand. Ravia rolled her eyes and turned away, looking back to the canyon. Squinting through the leaves, the two girls held still, watching and listening. It was not long until Miller, too, heard the sound of approach. Ravia held up two bent fingers, and a few moments later, two men emerged from the bridge's southern end. They were dressed in familiar uniform, long gray coats with black facings, white waistcoats, and black tricorn hats. They belonged to the local patrol, the Black Guard. Although not an everyday occurrence, their presence at Black Bridge wasn't an unusual sight. It typically indicated an important traveler's impending passage across the bridge, information that the girls would promptly relay to their leaders as soon as the coast was clear. But this report, while exciting, was rarely acted upon. In Miller's 5 years in the Unholy Hounds, she had never once seen a carriage taken in open daylight when the Blackguard were nearby. The men had nearly reached the bridge's north end when Miller heard the horses. Faintly at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. Ravia's eyes met Miller's, the same concern mirrored in each other's expression. This did not sound like the typical carriage, cautiously approaching the bridge to cross. Instead, the familiar crunch of the high road's gravel, they heard the harsh clattering of hoofbeats against stone. Both girls quickly redirected their attention downwards, looking through the foliage. The sounds were not coming from the high road, but from the canyon itself. The horses were coming from below the bridge. In an instant, Miller had knocked an arrow and drawn her bow. Go! Ravia was gone before the whisper had even left Miller's mouth. The young scout was already sliding down the bank below, racing toward the cave. There was no road that ran below the canyon. There was no reason for numerous horses to be approaching their cave. There was only one reasonable conclusion, and both girls had reached it instantly. The base had been compromised. This was a Blackguard attack. The moment the horses came into view, Miller let loose her first arrow. She was surprised to see a carriage. She had expected cavalry. Before she even finished processing that thought, her second arrow was in the air. Without a trail, it would be unthinkable for a carriage to traverse such rough terrain, yet she watched as the wheels jolted over the rocky riverbed. A third arrow was now in flight, and there would be no need for a fourth. The driver slumped over just moments before the vehicle dipped into a small ditch, slamming into an embankment. The force of the sudden halt immediately shattered the front two wheels and catapulted the driver from his seat. Utterly confused now, Miller quickly glanced over her shoulder to see if any horses were also approaching from the rear. Down in the canyon, the entire horde of the Unholy Hounds came spilling forth from the earth as if hell itself had suddenly sprung open. The group seemed even more bewildered than Miller, half asleep and tripping over one another in desperate attempt to engage an unseen enemy in combat. Miller could see Ravia among their number, the only one looking up at her. Her expression was chilling. There would be no need for a silent gesture to convey what they had now realized. They had made a mistake. The gang's chieftain, Jeffrey Heartslasher, Let the others, cautiously approaching the crashed carriage like a suspicious fox would near a baited trap. There were no words exchanged as the group crept forward in customary silence. A dozen or so paces in front of the wreckage lay a far-flung driver, an arrow protruding from his broken body, and beside him a blood-stained effigy carved from stone. Miller was inconsolable. Jesper had always been her favorite. He'd always shadowed her in the night, clinging to the hems of her every move, the way a child tails behind an older sibling. Tender-hearted, she had always called him, though deep down she'd known that that wasn't quite true. His appearance of gentleness concealed a raw, resilient durability. I'm sorry, I got sidetracked by the picture. That emerged in the most perilous of situations. He'd been a flower among the nettles of this cave, but he still had thorns, honed by a grim past and 100 hands of misfortune. They buried him in the darkness, in the back of one of the larger cavern rooms. He was interred with a berry basket and a silk handkerchief that he had treasured. The mysterious effigy they'd found beside him served as a distinguished gravestone, a marker that stood out as somewhat special among the rows of similar swords marking neighboring plots. No one spoke, not even in whispers. There was nothing to say. Miller awoke the next day to a thunderous shaking and rattling of the earth, a far cry from the playful nudging of the previous day. She strained to adjust her eyes, but the choking sting of stirred-up dust caused her to flinch. Panic was also in the air. The sound of scurried footsteps and clattering feet filled the space around her, but even in alarm, the silence was louder. What was it that sounded so strange? Miller closed her eyes tight and used her feet to guide her along the passage. The whispers around her were getting louder, and intense voices could be heard ahead. Louder speech than she had ever heard spoken in the canyon. A growing dread grew as Miller approached the mouth of the cave. Her eyes now opened wide despite the dust. Shouldn't it be day? Miller felt a hand in the darkness pulling at her. It was Ravia. The two embraced, and Miller did not need to see her to understand. Ravia placed 2 bent fingers against Miller's cheek, and with that touch against her face, Miller felt the same sinking feeling from the previous day. 2 bent fingers confirmed what Miller had suspected. The girls had forgotten to relay one critical piece of information to the others. An hour or so later, the screams began. Blood-curdling cries of hopeless desperation. Captain Fodrick Lee of the Blackguard looked down from the ridge of the canyon to the collapsed entrance of the mine. Ah, now they speak. There's gotta be something in there, right? Alright, I wonder if this gives us the dog names? But I don't know what we would do with that. So... Jesper. Jesper, Miller, Ravia. Jeffrey, Heartslasher. Okay, hopefully we can get the magnifying glass today. Ooh, nice. Oh, hey, Evan, sorry. Yep, I'm sneaky. Well, I guess let's check out the kennel now. I wonder if anything's different. Hmm. I will take that. Now give me a dead end. Actually, a classroom is great. Damn it. Really? And I can't actually get into the foundation unless I have the keycard. Ooh, stop rubbing your eyes. Can't really get into the foundation unless I have the keycard. That is so fucking irritating. God damn it. Oh, hey, I never noticed that these chair backs are the same shape as that, that thing we're finding microchips for. Oh well. Seriously not bring my glasses down here? Somehow I've lost, like, 4 pairs of glasses. What if we tried to get all the red rooms today? Never tried that. Okay, so it seems like I have to run the radiation meter after we've done an experiment. Or does the camera stand tip down anymore? I don't want to just yank on it. It didn't mean you had to come down here. You could just say yes. Okay. Oh, I see. Great. I feel like a torso instead of a head. Well, we already solved this, but I would love to just know. Office is west. Okay, the first word is probably dig. Hey, Gremlin. We are solving some puzzles. Certainly not all of them. Nice. I don't want to waste my last sheltered room on the dark room. Nice, Omni. Well, unfortunately. I don't think this is gonna work out either. Nope. Son of a bitch. Oh well. We'll get there eventually. I really need to go back to Sea of Stars. She says only when she's losing. True. Well, I mean, I can't get fuck all anywhere yet. Ow. I don't know that that's a blessing. That they're so expensive. Unless I get the terrace. Well, could try for bedrooms. Really? I'll take that. I also still don't know how to get inside the oh no, that's the cloister. Both statements on the blue box are true. The blue box contains gems. Yay! I deserve this! I'm gonna keep a lockpicking kit in my walk-in closet. I'm still of the opinion that you should be able to pop this off with a shovel just as well as you can with a sledgehammer. Also, one of these cinder blocks! Yeah. Yeah, I can't have a partial truth. I guess this is likely to give you the sledgehammer and shovel and metal detector. Oh. I must have to hook this up in order to get it to work. Well, maybe not, because it's not... doesn't seem like it's coming down to anything. I don't know. Hmm. Damn it. Damn it! Yeah, but I didn't have any more doors left. Oh, I could have gotten into the elevator. I know! I knew! I need to wait. I need to say, oh no, I have hit a dead end, and then I need to wait for you all to be like, Alla, consider being less stupid. I've learned nothing. Also, as with a lot of roguelikes, I forget what I have one run to the next sometimes, especially if they're short. Yeah, we must have to find the lab, perform an experiment, and then have it succeed several times in order for that to trigger. Exactly. 2 of the top statements are false. Only 1 bottom statement is false. The gems are in a box with the true top statement. The gems are in a box with the false bottom statement. 2 of the top statements are true. Only 1 bottom statement is true. I don't want to do this. Oh my god! Posting through life pays off! Let's do this one courtyard and then hopefully we'll get the terrace at some point in the future. Okay, now our courtyards are gonna be free! Fuck you, Jim. Hey, Mr. Keko. I'm at the gymnasium. Alright, I guess we have to go all the way down to that other courtyard. I should have bought the running shoes. I guess I could still buy the running shoes. Oh, no. Not yet, anyway. Maybe we'll do the lab. Oh man, we got an upgrade disc that I couldn't use, and then I forgot where it was. Well, perfect timing for the weight room, actually. Oh, didn't know you could get the lever in here. How would I describe my progress? I'm not sure. Like, how far I am? I have no idea. I have accomplished the initially stated objective. I am at day 80. Well, let's take the storeroom. Thank you. What is my current objective? That's a good question. I'm not really sure. Last time we solved the... We were able to solve the chess puzzle in the underground. We fixed the reservoir. Well, we completely drained the reservoir, and then we were able to use the boat. We got another sanctum key. I think I lost the sanctum key that came from the music room on the top row. I'll have to do that again. So I think really, overarchingly, my objective should probably be to follow more sanctum keys. But right now, I think this time I'm trying to get I'm trying to get a run with all the red rooms. Really? Fuck everyone. I forgot what it does. Ah, yes. I completely forgot about it. Let's stop coming in here. Alright, that doesn't help me. Oh, was it the lunchbox that was beeping? Okay. Fine. This isn't gonna help me. Let's make it the kennel. Oh, come on, you want to give me the shovel. You want me to have the shovel. Who was my queen? I don't know. Oh. I don't remember. It must have been her ladyship's bedroom, I think. Not better. Oh, nice. I think specifically last time it was her bedroom. Where is my shovel? Where is my best friend? How dare you do this to me? Ugh, son of a bitch. Okay, so all we can really do right now is try to get through the Great Hall. And I don't remember which door it is. Not this one! Yay! That's a keycard, that's a keycard. I wasn't even on the right side of the room, was I? Oh no, I was. No, I wasn't. Yes, I was. Alright. I think what I'm kind of interested in right now is that I've never gotten all of the rooms in one color, and I would like to try to do that. So while that is probably a smaller goal, less interesting goal, it's a Sunday and I should be playing other games. So... It's even worse because usually I don't start streaming until like 7 o'clock. Not today! Okay, well, I guess it could be a school day. We can try doing this again. Although I did not get the morning room yesterday. Is that a key? Probably not. Hate wasting the hallway. So early. Uh... Ah, perfect timing for courtyard. Hello. Thank you. Give me the shovel. Thank you! Hmm. I hate walking around the Foundation. Just let me go to the other door. Stop making me go down these stupid little stairs. Okay, it is a turnip day. Holy shit. We are not going to be able to poop ever again. Fuck. I guess the reasonable thing to do is to take the storeroom. hate the pantry, or I hate the parlor so much. Come the fuck on. I should have picked the morning room. So that when I inevitably lose in like 2 seconds, tomorrow at least will be better. Rather have the boudoir, but you ain't got no keys. Ah, fucker. Well, at least I did immediately. Now we can just go quietly to hell. I have to go to the bathroom. I will be- and get a fucking hair tie to get this fluffy mess out of my face. I'll be right back! Alright. It's okay, I can steadfastly be refusing to do anything that's useful. Try for the red rooms again. Although I hate the music that the shelter gives you. I also hate the music that the music room gives you, which is kind of unfortunate. Alright, alright. That's pretty straightforward. I can deal with that. Hey, maybe it's not Red Room Day, maybe it's Bedroom Day. Don't know if there are any other... Nope, lost the thought. God damn. Candles we need to light, is what I was gonna say. No, I haven't. I almost watched a run the other day, but... figured I shouldn't. I wish I did something different with my patio upgrade. Wow, that's crazy. One of the vault keys. I hate this room so much. even remember what the other parlors are. I feel like that was one of my first upgrades, and I definitely don't love it. I remember the funeral parlor, but I don't remember what it did. I don't remember. Actually, maybe did I update the parlor? I don't think I did. Maybe I chose to upgrade something else. That seems wrong. They don't really give you a choice. I don't know. Maybe I just saw the funeral parlor in something else. Oh. Well, I didn't really make that good for myself. Go for it. Yeah, let me know. Funeral parlor's gems equal to red rooms. Ah, yes. That would have been worse for me. Hey, Eben. No, we've accomplished nothing. Ow. The laboratory's given me nothing ever, except the very first time we played. And yet, maybe it only gives you things when you're sheltered? That seems crazy. Okay, I have one singular way forward. That's true. Gremlin's correct. Yes, then we have the 3-gem parlor. But so far I've just been making a lot of poor decisions regarding my drafting. I think part of the reason I hate the parlor is just that picking up the wind-up key takes so fucking long. Like, I know what it looks like. I get it. Let's take the gem. Oh yeah, no, I'm not worried about that. Damn it! Son of a bitch! Oh, God. See? Thank you. This is why I need to wait 5 seconds after I think we're dead. So that you guys can check. I feel like we should always get a book, but I also feel like we have the information from the books that I don't want to say all the information from all the books. That's definitely not accurate, but much of the information as I know how to deal with right now. Okay. I really feel like I need to do something about this goddamn hamster. I wish we could feed the hamster. Or pet it, or... I don't know, I think hamsters in general don't really live a life where they need to be pet. Unfortunately. Oh man, that means the laboratory counted. Oh well. Son of a bitch! I got the candles underground, so even though I have the workshop and I could make the fire starter, I don't think that that would be useful because we already lit them. On an upgrade where I can just get the outside room without having to walk for it. Want it to be called the lazy piece of shit upgrade. Alright, it's a school day. I'm also really committed to getting that final schoolroom. Still confused why the staff hasn't come back. Like, I won. I did it. Get your asses back here. Go to work. Oh. Come on. Do you need to drain the pool again? I'm not even looking for it at this point. Yeah, I guess. Ugh. Thought those were key cards for a second. I got so excited. Well, here we are. I mean, I guess I can go back to the pool. I know there was a chest, but I'll be fucked if I remember where it was. It was the morning room? Oh my god, limping lung for one more moment. Give. Thank you. Oh well. Okay, usually when I complain I'm accomplishing nothing, then the next time it likes to prove me wrong by accomplishing a bunch of stuff. Oh, we're at that point now, right? Hear you coughing up there, Grid. Death is not on the... Now he's stomping on the floor. Great. I also take, like, a hammer and a screwdriver? There's some more stuff in here that would be useful. This is true. I feel like it's logical that there would be more chance to draw the vault if you've got more shops. Nice. Alright. Okay. I feel better about today. As long as the store doesn't fuck me. Come on. Well, since we're gonna be a dead end anyway, let's take the garage. I wish I had realized that these were going to get so hard, or I would have definitely chosen the 2-key box, or the 2-key room. I really hate this. Really? Oh, that would be great. Alright, maybe we can get the green room. Can't think of where there are other brick walls. Oh no, we're not fucking doing this. Thank you. Didn't remember if I had the shovel or not. Okay, at least it's in this today's draft pool. Ah, shit, the pump room's the wrong direction anyway. Fuck. I think I need to leave this because I think the disc we found was in the room beyond the reservoir. No, I have not. I think I need to hook it up to the... I think I need to hook up the... Well, the archive room has conduit. And I've never hooked it up. That's my current thought. Of course, it's not keys. Pump room's got the key card. Locked out of the Great Hall. Fucked everything else up. Okay. So sorry, I drank a whole pot of tea. I need to pee again. I'll be right back. Alright. Okay. I'm a little frustrated just because the things that I want to do are so specific and I get like one chance to do them each run. But I can't keep so many things in my head at the same time that I can have an effective contingency plan each time. Yeah. Well, at least I'm not like egregiously specially stupid. At least this is just how it goes. That makes me feel better. And we have had a lot of very successful runs lately. Just not today, which is fine. And I knew I should have played Sea of Stars. Play that tomorrow. Oh, there's stuff in here? Fuck me. I came in here so many times and there was no stuff. God damn it, Herbie. Where's my money? That's true. I love the den as the first drafted room. The conservatory has never fucking helped me. It's always like, however, would you like the pantry? And I'm like, I don't care. Like, you just know exactly what you're getting with the den. Guess that would have been faster had I just gone through the den. Oh well. I do love setting myself up for a, like, guilt-free dead end. Are you kidding me? Yeah, hey, they're simple again. Oh my god, I was so stupid. I made them go back. I can figure this out. uh... Picking up keys is my favorite. Sure, why not? I know we got another letter. Dear Simon, after giving it some thought, I've decided I'm going to continue helping you. I also just had a small chat with the probate lawyer, and he assures me there's nothing in the Baron's instructions that would preclude me from offering you my modest assistance, so let me tell you what I know. About a week before Sinclair died, something rather curious happened. A few lab assistants were called by Mrs. Babbage, the house manager, to remove several floor plans from Sinclair's drafting studio. Typically, all of the unused floor plans are kept there that I've ever heard, and I've never heard of them being moved to another location, nor would I presume to guess the reason for such an action. I'm not sure which floor plans were removed or why they were moved, or where they were moved to, save one, which I was instructed to remove myself. Oops. Assuming it was not moved again after I hit it, you should be able to find it in the observatory, hidden within the lens compartment of the telescope. If there's a reason behind the removal of the floor plans from the drafting studio, hopefully this will serve as the first illuminating step to finding out why. Nice. Alright, let me put that on my to-do list. Oh yeah, check tomb for new... Great. it. Okay. Gee, thanks. Well, at least we turned off the gym. Oh no. Yeah, that sucks. I did consider watching that, and I was like, you know what? You really shouldn't. Because this is that's the first step. Being dangerous here. Really? You shit. Ah. Oh, fuck. But where? I had the shovel pretty early. Got the thing next to the bridge. I could go back to the sanctum, I guess. I don't think that's really useful. It would just be fucking around. I miss the Flintstones. It's a good show. Ah, right, okay. Okay. Hmm. I forgot how to spell her name. Marion Marigold. Alright, don't know this yet either. For some reason, I missed writing down fourth one from the top. The fact that 86 trips through this is mid-game is rude. Really? Alright. That's not... That's halfway. Well, let's check out what we put in the tomb. Oh. Here's the upgrade disc that we forgot about. Okay, great. Horace Navarier again. Ugh. Did that appear in the tomb, or am I crazy? It's down here. I thought it's a tomb, not catacombs. The fuck is the... The casket that we just bought? I thought it said the tomb. Or maybe I just made that assumption based on the idea of a casket. Noted. Okay. I will worry about that some other time, but it was very good to have this upgrade disc. Double, my beloved. Okay, we're kind of rolling through gems quickly here. Oops. Well, I can do this first. Let me leave here without doing my disc. All right, what do we got? Ooh. Well, I seem to be doing better with gems than I am with keys, so let's take keys. Why? Why are we doing this? Please, please, let me play the game. Okay, alright, we're not done yet. Of course it's a keycard door, I hate you. Son of a bitch. Ah, we're done again. Really? At least I've written down a couple things. There's gotta be something more to the den. Oops. Okay, all right. That's it. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't love the sounds of the dog room, I have to say. I'm not like a person who doesn't like dogs, but I also just don't love lots of dogs. All right. Really don't want to spend that many gems, but I want that. I need to get in here. How do I fucking get in here? I hate you. My only idea didn't work. I was gonna say I should have taken the garage, but if the guest bedroom's gonna give me a key, I guess we're kind of square. Definitely something about the ballroom, but I don't know what. Fuck. I got the easy one wrong. Please give me the coat check. Please. There has to be. There's a fucking clue in here and I don't understand it. Hey, Grunk. Give me the Great Hall. Give me the fucking Great Hall. I deserve the Great Hall. Hate it so much when I only have one way forward. Please? Planetarium. All right. Oh my god. Just shut up. Just shut up. Get the coat check. End the day. It doesn't matter. Just do it. Just fucking do it. Just do it. Thank you. Doesn't matter if this was a really good day, also. Just... don't worry about it. Nice! Where can I write this down? Is that it? Great. Awesome. So we have that now. Hell yeah. Yeah, the key's been in there for a bit. Just a little bit, just a while, just a couple. Let's go down to the sanctum. So I have 85 steps and nothing else to do. Not fair. Why can't I make a jackhammer? I actually think we should go pop down there first again. Because I don't remember if we picked up stuff from this and then weren't able to use it. Oh! Seems ill-advised. No, Crunk, don't do blind bags. Don't do it. Not worth it. You're so strong. Spend $200 on the opened contents of the blind bags. Okay, this must be the one that we got, and we probably used it immediately. All right, so we don't need to come back down here. That's fine. Oh, right. It doesn't have to be dramatic on the way back. All right, we gotta empty this again so we can get back to those fucking chests. Oh, are they keys? Oh my god. It's just cruel. I don't know what the point of that is, but I feel I feel stupid not pulling it when I get here. Like, this is the lever room. For the lever? Oh crap, I already got this one. Fuck me! I didn't get this. I don't wanna do this. Yeah, it's this one that I haven't quite gotten. And I didn't double check this in the library, so let's not even bother. Actually, I think we could just call it a day. I still have the vault key. I don't like that. That means it's still in rotation and I'm gonna pick up the same vault key 8 times. I'm gonna kill someone. Great, well I got really excited about solving a problem that we've already solved, so yay. Really need to get back to the music room. Hang on. First key found here on the farthest rank. The second key locked tight in the vault of a bank. Fuck you. The third is high up among all the clocks. The fourth down below beneath all the docks. The fifth key is held by a king on his throne. That's only half of it. Did I not write down the rest of it? Huh. Oh, I only wrote down half of it. The sixth is a station left by one of your own. That one we've got. The seventh is major if you draft it quite late, and the last key is waiting behind the last key of 8. Okay, it's also within the realm of possibility that we might be able to open the office safe now, I guess. So let's see what we're doing. Now that we have Mary's birthday. Guess we could just take it now? Sure. Damn. All right. Oh. Okay, well that's a paradox. Too, fuck me. Come back. I'm gonna lose my whole ass mind. How do I get in here? Oh god. Thanks, I hate it. I feel like this oil slick's getting bigger. Somebody take care of the goddamn car. Hate it when I bring everything down to 1. Well... Drunk? You did it. Oh, I'm like, what the fuck is beeping? Shouldn't have taken the security room, but I don't know. Oh no, it just passes through. I'm gonna say I'm not sure. Never found that there. Okay. Nice. Oh man, I really don't want to go in there right now. We already have that one? Isn't that like... You know what? I do. I think it's the red letters. Because 8... Whatever. Whatever the thingy said. Oh, are you kidding? Really? Okay. That's very helpful. I mean, I thought I already counted these. Oh, there are only 4 pictures. Okay. Oh no, there's 5. Hate everything. Nope. Unless this is like a fucking math problem with how wide their strides are. Or a different kind of math problem of which ones are facing in which direction. Okay, I won't worry then. I know there's one book that has something about this in it. I think it's a new clue. I think you should be able to pick shit up in the dark. Great! Right? Man, the meat pie I had in Scotland was so good. If we count small gates. Not how you spell this, the right gate, though. Count small gates, 8 dates, crack 8 safes. Okay, so we've got the clock tower. Does that include this safe? Should I be able to crack this safe from what's in this room? Really? Alright, I think that should be Pitchfork and Riding Crop. I don't remember which one is which, though. So, next time we go into the chapel, we'll check. Okay, Okay, if we count small gates, 8 dates crack 8 safes. 3, 4, 5. Okay. Can I please have a hint? Please. Yes. Yes, yes, you may. I know that you can input dates in either order. I know that. Are all 2 digits apiece. Thank you, God. All right. Is this the small gates that they're talking about? So therefore, 5. Yes. Give me another hint. This is not the small gates. It's not 5. Or is it 8? Well, it said small gates, so I was assuming that meant not large gates. And since there were only 2 kinds of gates, I thought these were the large ones, so I guess 8. Okay. How does that help me? Yes, you may add on to Krunk's hint. I need to get this safe. If the answer is available in this room, I am completely stumped by all of these safes, so I don't even understand the like texture of the problem that I'm trying to solve here. So yes. All digit pad safes are 4 digits. Great. That's also something that I was freaking out about. What?
Well, I have not been paying attention, and I may be entirely wrong, but we allow my brain to help sometimes, right?
Yes.
I have no idea if this is accurate or not. Go back to the other table.
This table?
Nope.
Yeah, I put that in already.
322.
3?
Well, if you go look at the calendar, what's Tuesday's date?
But that's November.
Idea. Well,
And
I don't know. It's the only thing that says Tuesday, and over there on the wall, Tuesday's at 3. I have no clue if I'm even remotely correct, but that's what my brain said.
It's not correct because Evan just said all digit pad safes are 4 digits.
Ah, well, I missed that as I was coming down here, but that was the only thought I had.
I don't think this is the answer because this is telling me when the Great Hall looks like this.
Ah. Okay. Just a thought.
Thank you. I think it has something to do with November 7th. Okay, then how does the gates relate to... Wait, what? Okay, so do I have to figure out what Tuesday was in February from this? What day is 78? November 7th, and then I don't know, 8? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to discover. Okay. Well, I've done 1107 about 40 times. So it's not that. Go for it, Gremlin. I did that too. Okay, so there are 8 gates. Well, it's if we count 8 small gates, 8 dates, crack 8 safes. I don't understand how the gates relate to anything, because I have dates. I don't even see anything obvious. What? What?
But where you were reading?
If we count small gates, 8 dates crack 8 safes. I don't understand how the 8... Oh, okay, so 11, 8?
11, 14?
11, 14? This is correct. I'm going to take your ice cream and throw it on the floor. Oops. Thank God.
I get to eat my ice cream.
Could you just fucking tell me the answer? Just tell me the answer. Just fucking tell me the answer, because I can't get it. I don't understand it, and then I will fucking...
Is it 1108? Did you try that one?
No.
I don't know if you did or not.
Why? Why is it 1108?
Because it's 8 games in the 11th month.
That can't be the answer to just the whole fucking chessboard. Is there a calendar in each goddamn room? No, its strides are also gates. What's in the office? You combine the components into it. I hate everyone. Oh, it's Tiny. Uncle, in a few hours we are departing. As planned, we will be taking the old mountain way tunnels to the north. We'll go as far as we can by trolley until the rails give out. Then we'll proceed on foot until we reach the southern border. I've never been as excited, nervous, and heartbroken. I may never know if I've made the right decisions, but I've made the ones I felt my father might have nodded in approval at. I'm leaving a message for Simon here in the safe house, this unhallowed cavern that we have called home for the last year. If something should happen to me, please guide him to this place. Try to show him what those last days were all for. Explain to him, if you can, the intersection between foolishness and doctrine, the thin wire we stood upon above the world, holding hands and throwing stones. Holding hands and throwing stones. In those days, we were guilty of everything. Thank you, Hippie. I feel that makes me feel better, but it's fine. We got the clock tower, and I only have half attention headache, and we're gonna be fine. think this is it because I think both the gym and the courtyard have security locks. We can't get to the foundation. I still don't understand how this one would apply. Ah. Oh god, I've been playing for 4 hours. Oh god, it's 8 o'clock! We're gonna do one more because I hate myself. Love this game that just deletes my time. Alright, let's try this one more time. Has this been here? Has this been here every time that I've not come in this room? Probably. And I'm gonna call out sick tomorrow. Do they sell replica ivory dye? just don't want to live without the shovel, the metal detector, and the sledgehammer. I'm not interested. That is the same vault key. It isn't? Oh, we had 179, didn't we? Okay. Please don't be too late. Shit. All right. Probably gives you a hint about what is in the draft pool today, doesn't it? Son of a bitch! Honestly, this is probably for the best. This is probably fine. I should probably stop playing. Alright, friends. I will be back tomorrow. I should play Sea of Stars, but I don't wanna. I wanna play this until all of my brain falls out. The whole brain. So we'll see. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you for giving me the answer I was looking for, even though I was being cranky. Have a good night, friendos.